Lit Mobile just sent me this wireless solar power bank. Let's see what's inside. Power bank has 20,000 milliamps. It can charge your iPhone or Android up to 8 times. I just love the way this product is designed. It has these grips on the side. It's shock-proof and it's water-resistant. My favorite feature about the Lit Power Bank is I can charge my phone wirelessly. I love all these solar cells. This power bank takes 90 minutes to charge via wall and 6 to 8 hours via solar. Under the cover, there are
Hi everyone. Just getting started. Hey Caitlin. I figured I should announce this one this time with a little bit more planning than the last couple. Last couple were mostly tests. Let's turn this down a little bit. So yeah, they were just tests. So today I was planning to draw a little bit of a mashup, I guess. A lot of people have asked me before to draw Tim Drake and Superboy with Wiccan and Hulkling, so I'm going to give that a shot today. So for things like these, I like to start kind of, breaking up the quadrants a little bit, just to see how to block out characters, see if it works, if I can make it. Hey, Brooke. Well, I mean, I've been around quite a while, so I remember what what people talk about, and I've been pretty bad about doing commissions these days. So or anything to show, kind of what I've been doing. So I apologize for that. I'm trying to make up for it now. Since I have all this time, right, I might as well make good use of it. So I'm quite a bit of a night owl, so usually daytime stuff, like, daytime streams seem so much harder to do for me. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoy my work. It's something that, I don't know. I always worry that, or think about making sure that though you all that watch have something that you want to look forward to seeing. So I try my best to try to give everyone what they want, if I can at least. Hey Anthony, good to see you. Also, most of my family are all out in the West Coast, so maybe I'm just trying to make sure that they see as well. Hey Adam, I'm working on a Cintiq Companion 2, so it's a little bit of an older model, but it works just fine. The only difference with the new one and the new, I think it's called, what is it called? Anyway, the new one supposedly has, less space around, so it's more of a full screen, and then thinner glass, but I think this works pretty good so far, and it's lasted me quite a while. I haven't made prints in a lot of years actually, so maybe this might be a good opportunity to do it. I usually find placement the hardest when it comes to these kind of pinups, because it takes so much planning and a lot of erasing before you get to a point where everything is supposed to fit visually interesting. I'm still not really particularly good at doing that, but this is why we practice, right? Of course, for me, I'm gonna put Tim Drake in front and center. Caitlin, nice. Yeah. Hey, if I was still on the book, we wouldn't have this problem. Well, thanks, Brooke. I hope you guys like it. Hey, Jem. It's good to hear from you again. Unlikely DC hero villain team ups? Oh, I don't know. What are unlikely nowadays? I mean, don't they all team up anyways? I hope you all are doing okay during this lockdown stuff. I know it's kind of stressful times for everybody, and I hope some of this gives a little bit of joy and de-stress of your life. So as you can see, I'm kind of just drawing a lot of rough shapes, not a lot of finished shapes, just placement of the figures and where I think that they should be and where you would see the amount of each character, making sure that they're not covered up too much or the poses don't create these weird tangents. It's a lot of planning right now. Sometimes I like to, like right now I'm placing just where I think the eyes and the mouth and the nose should be, and some of the faces. And I'm just basically like eye sockets and triangles and stuff like that for noses. Maybe if you want to later, I might draw some little bit of city backgrounds in the so to give a little something extra, and you guys can see how I kind of do some of the backgrounds, because I know that that's something that some people struggle with, and I like to do them pretty rough, especially for a big image like this. I like to play around with just the rough shapes of things. I think I want to do Billy's old suit. I think like the second suit, like not the wings one. Unless you guys want me to do the ones like, is there any specific suit you guys like to see more than the other ones? But I typically like to draw the one that is basically the second iteration without the wings and the one button on the center. Basically, I'm drawing them all in suits during the time when the Superboy had the T-shirt, and basically my era of Red Robin. So I'm drawing the Hulkling and Wiccan of the same era. Can't have two different eras. Come on. At first, I kind of wanted to draw them in a bit more of a comedic kind of scenario, but I couldn't really think of anything that I would take a long time planning, I guess. I do sometimes draw Khan's 90s suit, and I like it a lot. Oh, sorry, Jim. Yeah, I don't know. The best I could do is like 10 p.m. Eastern Canada time or whatever. Yeah, I guess it would take for where you guys are. It'll be quite a different time. Ah, good thing you reminded me about the earrings. I think I would have forgotten. It's funny. I still have to look at reference for these things, so I have to make sure that they're the right ones. At the drag club. That's a lot of backgrounds there, Caitlin. So right now I'm doing like the second rough pass. Now that I'm kind of happy with the placement, I put another one. So I usually, for this one, I try to do a little bit more of the details, but still not too crazy. It's basically my penciling phase. Yeah, I think you're right, Michael. There's a certain level of similarities in the fandom of these four characters together. I've actually gotten a little bit more comfortable with horses with all the Excalibur stuff that we've been doing with the horses, and it's been interesting. But like again, now that I'm a little bit more comfortable with drawing with a lot of shapes and stuff, horses have become a little bit easier. But I think with everything, it's just practice, right? Like you do enough of something, you'll just get better at it naturally. I think I always wanted to draw a Young Justice book, though. I mean, I loved the book when it was out. I think when it came out when I was, around 20, 21, and it was so good. Perfect time for me to have a book like that out. And also, one of the reasons why I've been doing drawings kind of specifically of this style of pin up and cover is so I don't get a lot of chances to do covers. I don't get hired to do a lot of covers. And one of my really good friends, Philip Tan, who once told me, he just said, just draw whatever you want as a cover and just start posting them up. Because the more people see, your style of covers, the more it'll put in their heads that you can draw covers actually. It's kind of amazing how I've been working in the industry for a long time now, and it's people still seem to not see me as someone that's capable of drawing covers very well. So sometimes you have to really just push it and show what you can do by yourself without anyone paying you to do it. Yeah, I love drawing Tim's hair. Well, and hair in general is fun to draw. So as you can see, I'm kind of just drawing pretty roughly. The second pass is usually for trying to get a little bit more accuracy in the layouts, because the layouts being as rough as they are, a lot of times there's a lot of mistakes in them. Oh crap, I forgot to record this. Oh well. I keep on doing that. I keep on not recording it. So halfway through, people get to just see kind of it partially done. Yeah, I was really lucky that Red Robin and Nightwing, I was allowed to do the covers. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I like drawing hair. Yeah, I think Billy and Tim would totally get along good. I mean, you never really know with characters and stuff, but I feel like their temperament is pretty, compatible. I'm not feeling his face yet. I'm gonna work on his figure first and get back to the face. Sometimes you can get really bogged down when you just focus too much on one thing, and sometimes you just have to jump around a tiny bit. Like, a lot of times I like to just, if I can get the figure right, then the head will come later. But sometimes it's fun to draw the face, It's fun to draw. It's fun to draw the eyes and the hair and stuff like that. But sometimes it's just not coming, and then you just gotta go with the other parts of it. You see how I kind of draw the hands? A lot of times it's more about the shape than anything, because you start with one shape, like where the silhouette, let's say, of the hands, and then you fit in the fingers and the palms later. And this is where you need to know your structure, and learning the structure of the figure before getting to a certain point where you can feel confident about drawing things without drawing the whole thing. Breaking it down, with the tubes for the fingers and all that. Yeah, I'm really glad you guys enjoy the Gambit and Rogue stuff. I mean, I like drawing characters that have history like that, and there's a lot of emotional connection between those characters, and I think I like feeding off of those kind of moments, and then when you actually get to draw them interacting in certain times, those moments have weights to them, right? So because of all the history. Yeah, dude. Well, I drawn Tim Drake so many times, though, right? Like, it's literally the easiest thing because I've drawn him a million times, and you'd think some people might get sick of that kind of thing, but I don't. Yeah, a Gambit movie would be cool to see, for sure. I'm looking at Jimmy Chung's reference for Wiccan and Hulkling, and man, I just love all the little details he does on, say, the cape, and it's just so good. Not sure if I like this positioning for Wiccan still. Kind of hard to figure out how. That's why digital's good. I can change my mind, and it doesn't affect it as much as if I have to redraw it constantly. Who do I think would win? You can't ask me those kind of questions. I think so. I'm gonna try to at least. The problem with that is that I don't have any license for the music, so I can't really necessarily use it. And also, since I'm talking over it, I think that might be a little bit weird. I'm gonna have to try to figure something out that maybe just takes out the audio and then post it. But I'll try to post it. Yeah, I'm having way more trouble with the Wiccan than I thought I would, but I guess I don't draw them very often. What kind of superpower would I want? It's an interesting question. I think I always go with flight. I'd like to fly. Maybe be super strong. That could be cool. But I think I'm going to change up Superboy a little bit. Give him a little bit more Superman pose. No problem, Isabel. Hope you enjoyed the little bit that you saw. Still not super pleased with this working. Let's see if I can do better. Create another layer just for wicking. You know, the difference between working on Huntress and Red Robin wasn't too crazy. I mean, the idea is generally, you know, like each project has something different that you can, you know, you can hang your hat on. And as a comic book artist, you kind of have to draw everything anyway. So it was a nice change to try to do something different. And honestly, the big thing that I was trying to do with, you know, Huntress was, you know, DC was getting, or comics in general was getting a lot of, you know, slack or flack for, you know, their portrayal of women, which is 100% warranted. But I just wanted to, you know, treat Huntress and show that there are artists out there that, you know how to draw and know how to draw women without focusing just on them being like a sexual object. So honestly, that's my main concern when I was working on Huntress. As opposed to Red Robin, which, you know, I didn't really have to worry about that so much. I guess with Huntress, I just wanted to, basically with Huntress, I just wanted to show that I could do it. The funny thing is that my, thanks, Michael. The thing was, when I was growing up, you know, obviously I didn't know how to draw realistic anything, let alone women. But my sister used to see how I drew women, and she used to make fun of me all the time. So she made sure, I think she made sure that I at least was aware that what you see in comics isn't real. You know, like it's you gotta portray them in a better way than they already have been. So at least I'll always try. I might never always succeed, but man, what is going on with this? Yeah, maybe mirroring Tim like this arm might work better. Hey DJ, how's it going, man? We're drawing Tim Drake, basically Tim Drake and Superboy, and Wiccan and Hulkling. Having a little trouble with this pose though. It's not really working. Yeah, I like. Gail and I actually are pretty good friends. To the I've only met her a few times, but we got along quite well at conventions, and yeah, she's great. I'd love to work with her finally after all this time of knowing her. It was kind of funny because there was this we were in the same convention in Calgary one year, and people were joking because we spent the whole trip just talking to each other. It was hilarious. She's great. But I think that's one of the funnest things about drawing comics in general is that you get to collaborate with so many awesome people, and it's you never really know what's going to come out of it. And the excitement of getting new emails and pages and scripts from people, it's just so much fun. And you trusting other people with your work, it's another one too. It's really interesting. The funny part about The Huntress was there was this one scene, and I don't know if you all remember that, where basically Helena had to fight in a nightie, and when I saw that written in the script, I was like, okay, I gotta like try to figure out a way to make this work without being overtly, a very sexualized scene, and try to make it not. And not saying not sexy, but like not offensive. Which is, it wasn't necessarily hard. It's just that I think when you just wonder, when people write a scene like that in, you're kind of thinking that they want you to do a certain cheese, but. I do have Instagram. It's my full name, so it's Marcus Anthony Teo. Yes, Michael. When I specifically pushed for if we can try to get some kind of space sea creature out in Joyride, if we can make it work, and man, Jackson and Colin made it sing for sure. But you have to have, especially with sci-fi, you gotta have that. I mean, like, how many spacey creatures have you seen? Well, it's a trope, and a great one too. Yes, it is Wiccan, or at least trying to be Wiccan. I've been having trouble with it. You know what? I'm just gonna. I think this coming out with this cape might be better. A little bit more. Sorry, it's probably my internet that cuts in and out a little. Right now it's louder. Actually, Michael, one of my first commissions was what's it called? Um, Tim and Dick Grayson pillow fighting in their undies. That was one of my first pairing commissions. Yeah, sorry, Caitlin, about the stream. Yeah, it's probably my internet kind of having a hard time streaming forward. So I'm trying to get that figured out. But it'll probably take a little while with this COVID stuff. They're sending me a new modem and everything. So hopefully the next time we do this, I'll have the new modem and the stream will be a little bit stronger. Alright, hopefully that's the last of having problems with Wiccan. That took way longer than I thought. Yeah, I think Twitch actually also, if you log into Twitch, supposedly that's a little bit of a better stream. Let's see how that one's going. Well, I'm sorry I messed you up like that, Caitlin. Oh. Yeah, Jesse. I just simulcast to like all of them, or at least as many as I can kind of figure out. Actually, when art class, one of my friends used to make fun of me, asking me why I always drew people so good looking all the time. Person can dream, right? Person can dream. Oh man, tonight's not my night. Not coming as clear as the other night. But I think that's always the case. You never know what how fast these things are gonna go. It's hard to guess what you're gonna do and what problems you're gonna kind of come up against. Every drawing has its own problems, and it's just how you kind of figure them out and problem solve as you go along. So they need to do that. Maybe I'll have someone color this up, and then we can have a print ready out for you all. Sure. I'll send one over for you. Alright, let's see if I can do this relatively fast. hope you like the music, because I like having my stuff be on a very dramatic soundtrack. So one of the good things about drawing on Clip Studio, they have a lot of these rulers, and one of them is the circle ruler, which I'm using right now, where it just allows you to draw circles like that. I don't like that turned out. So you just kind of shape it in ways, hoping not spoiling any of your expectations that I draw my circles by hand, but sometimes I do. Obviously at cons I don't have these kind of tools, so oh, that's great, Jessica. I'm glad that you're joining along and sketching as well. That's one of the best things about drawing with other people, right? No, Clip Studio is not very expensive at all. Actually, you can probably get it. What's it going for? They have sales all the time. Yeah, I had the same thing, Michael. Well, Caitlin, they have a free trial for it, so if you want to give it a shot, you could buy it right now. It's $50 US if you want to buy it one-time purchase. If you want to do a monthly usage plan, it's 99 cents a month. So it's a pretty good. And I use Clip Studio Pro, right? So I don't think I have the. Well, maybe, I think I have Pro, or maybe I got EX. No, I'm pretty sure I got Pro, but maybe I got EX. I don't know. I don't remember. It wasn't $219 though when I bought it. So there's two versions. The only hard part, but sometimes though these rulers like they don't go in with the perspective that you might want. So you still have to kind of draw it in by hand if you want it to look a certain way and not just flat. Because sometimes the angle is just not right. But the good thing about Clip Studio 2 is that there's some things that you can snap to perspective rulers, so that's pretty sweet too, and you can play around with those. Maybe I'll do a full tutorial about, well, maybe not a full, because I don't really know all the tools of the perspective rulers, but man, those rulers have saved my butt a lot. Well, I mean, I think in general we're all still learning, like us professional or not. It's the biggest thing is to constantly learn and trying to find things. It's the best way to learn is to admit that you don't know everything. So I think it's super important for people to know that we know how to do a lot of things, sure, but I think it's the constant, finding things, finding answers to questions and problems that you have trying to create something, right? We're all trying our best to get that image in our minds onto the page. You know why I drew Tim with flippy hair in the first place? Because at first, when I first started drawing Tim Drake, when I was younger, because he was in his Robin costume, he had his hair out, right? So you can assume that maybe his hair would stay in place after all that stuff. But when he got his Red Robin costume, I figured, well, he would have messy hair, right? I mean, he'd take off his cowl and it would be perfect. Besides the fact that he was also in personal shambles at that time in the story arc, so that's more or less why I gave him the little bit more messy hair, and then it kind of stuck, and people seem to like it a lot, so I just kept doing it. Well, I hope. Thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest with you. Tim didn't have his life together, especially at the beginning of the Red Robin run, for sure. I honestly don't know what he's been doing now. I just know, is that Drake thing like an actual thing? Like it's real, right? All right, Brooke. Have a good night. I was once on Tumblr accused of drawing people with too thin of lips, so I give Tim a little bit more of a pouty lip for this one. It's kind of interesting. So, you typically have only ever drawn Tim you know, in a rather, at conventions and stuff like that, which isn't a bad thing. But typically, I don't have a lot of time to really finesse the drawing, and it's interesting seeing how he looks a little different in this drawing that I normally draw Tim. A little more confident, a little bit more smirky. Maybe I'm projecting. Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, the sparrow thing, I heard about that too. We'll see. I mean, that could all change. There's a lot of things going on over there that it might all be different already in the next little bit. I always project on Tim. That's true. I mean, drawing this book was a huge pivotal point in my life, that's for sure. This could be the danger of working digitally as well. Like, sometimes you get caught up in a little of the details, but something so satisfying about doing like little bits of detail here and there that maybe no one will ever see, but I kind of enjoyed doing it. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Like Tim was one of those guys that he loved being Robin. That's for sure. And I think when it was kind of taken away from him, it was. Can you imagine what that would be for your psyche? I mean, I think that's why that book I think resonated with a lot with people as well. So I'm glad it came across that way. You know, it's. I think it did for me, so that's for sure. Yep, Con and Teddy. Well, honestly, the thought process of changing from working on paper to digitally was, I would just mostly saw what my studio mates at Raid Studios were doing with digital, and some of the things that they were capable of doing really inspired me to try it out. And it's from both a speed standpoint and an enjoyment standpoint. I find I like it better. It kind of gradually started just with layouts first, and then inking by hand, and then it moved on to just doing everything digitally, and I don't regret it in the least. I was basically influenced by seeing other people do it, so I wanted to give it a shot, and I had a lot of fun with it. I think I was really frustrated also with inking traditionally. I'm not particularly confident with it, and I know it caused me a lot of stress and problems, and I think going digitally helped me alleviate some of those anxieties when drawing. And I think my stuff just generally looks better, right? Well, thanks. Yeah. No, I haven't been able to read any new Takahiko Inoue yet, unfortunately. But I really should. I really should get on that. But yeah, this is 100% like 10 times faster than I could normally do draw things. So, I mean, that helps with getting monthly titles. And, you know, I'm a strong believer that for comics, and monthly comics specifically, you know, having a strong and consistent creative team means a lot to fans, and I think, you know, whenever I do stuff like this, or whenever I draw comics, my focus is to get the books out for people to read, so it's consistent, you know, because as a fan, I loved that when I was growing up, and I hated it when there was a fill-in of somebody that I didn't know, which is too bad, because, you know, there's a lot of really good artists that came out from doing fill-ins, but I think generally I want if I can help it, I'll draw every single page of every single issue if I can. So, you know, drawing digitally does help with that aspect, at least. Well, artists that influence me the most, it changes all the time, to be honest with you. I mean, it's, right, you know, these days it's, you know, Stuart Immonen. You know, I'm a big fan of Urasawa, you know, from 20th Century Boys. Juanjo Guarnido, Black Sad. That's always a good one. You know, when I was younger, really, Joe Madureira, Jim Lee, those guys. But honestly, like, a lot of inspiration comes from those around you, and I really believe, like, if you try to support yourself by having people that are, push you and get that drive. So, the guys at Raid Studios are always really good for that. It's like Ramon Perez, Scott Hepburn, Kalman Antrosovsky. A lot of those guys, they're working the trenches with me, every single day, and those guys are the ones, that really encourage me and inspire me to do more. I wouldn't have done anything digital if it wasn't for Ramon Perez, to be honest with you. Yeah, I bet it was fun to kind of mess up fabric and stuff like that, Caitlin. For cosplay, I'm sure. Like, I've never been very good with tactile stuff like that. I was never a good sewer and never, very good with any of those kind of things. But it just knowing how much work goes into a lot of those costumes and the problem solving that needs to be done with every single costume. It's amazing what people like you do, Michael, yeah. I tried to help people out as much as possible with those kind of questions, about where I thought the seams were in Tim's costume and things like that. I think one of the great things, I know we live in an era where, social media can be really detrimental to people's careers and health and things like that, but I've been incredibly lucky with, the fans that I've had. And if they ask something of me, I'll always try to do what I can to help them out. Especially with fun things like that. I mean, I think it's fun to just to give a glimpse and share the ideas and the thought processes that go along with, making this stuff and drawing. Sometimes these thoughts never, leave the brain, and you think sometimes people don't notice the little things that you do, and then there are those that do. So it's great. Hard part about drawing Wiccan specifically, I find, is that Jim just drew him perfectly. I think. I don't know. There's no way I'm gonna make it look any better than he did. I can just try to do like my way of doing it, but man, that's the look. Hey, so royalty, it's royalty at its finest. Like, it's that's a Fabian Nicieza question. You gotta ask him, because he's the one that planned a lot of these things. Hey, Jamie. Yeah. Yeah, another one. I mean, your commission that you got years ago kind of started this all going, obviously, but it's I thought I'd bring it back. It's about time. And besides, a little while ago on Twitter, I think last month or something, a lot of people were talking about Marvel DC crossover. What would be your dream, like creator mashup? And I know some people talked about this matchup for me, and I thought I'd oblige. I would love if they ever did a Marvel vs. DC crossover thing, but I think we're way past those days of being actually a thing, because I highly doubt Disney and Warner Brothers are gonna do something like that. Oh, and thank you. I'm glad that you think that me and Jim Lee's Billy is great. I mean, I don't know if I remember seeing Jim Lee draw Billy, but I'm sure he would have knocked it out of the park for sure. Well, my best advice for digital inking is study lighting. Study lighting and textures, because that's kind of what inking is in a lot of ways. It's to kind of really push texture and knowing how to push and pull your objects with line work. A lot of it has to do with just studying, what it looks like, how to mimic the styles and the looks with line work. Like anything from fabrics, like we're showing here, or materials like rock and cement, as opposed to wood, and form. So a lot of the kind of techniques that you would use, say for example, the standard artist's, bowl of fruit kind of practices, is really to show lighting and contouring and all those kind of things, and you got to do that with black lines as opposed to, say, a gray tone. So those are the kind of things you got to really focus on to work on, more so than the comic book aspect of it, which is thick bold lines and things like that. But what really will help you is studying texture and the classics, the masters, the old style classical artists will help you, because a lot of that stuff shows you what they can do with just the black line, and if you can do that, inking will be a breeze for you. I don't think inking has been particularly easy for me to do, but it's been fun, and me learning it has been an up and down road, but I had to kind of figure out confidence in how to hold the tools, because holding the tools even changes the way it looks as well. It's all over the place. Just all I could say is just study what you're trying to do with the lines. Well, how would you see their nipple piercings, though? I mean, they're all wearing clothes. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, you'd think that that's they'd use a kryptonite needle for that. Superboy's probably still the easiest to draw though, because I mean it's just it's just t-shirts and jeans, so relatively easy enough to not too many complicated pouches or straps everywhere. I like the '90s look a lot too. Like honestly, that '90s look is really good. And you know what? I probably would draw him in the '90s look in this one, but not the same. Not I have to keep it era specific. I'd like to think. Inking hair. So it's just like drawing hair, though. So if you got to look at hair and see, study hair in real life, right? Because you got to look at where hair starts. Like everyone has like a crown, and then hair, goes from one side to the next, and then you look at it in layers, right? Like chunks and layers. Especially with long hair. Short hair is relatively easy. But, yeah, I mean, again, like anything, any advice I'm going to give you, the best advice is to study the real thing. Look how it's supposed to fall, how it's supposed to go, and the mechanics of how it's supposed to work. Right? You don't just... When you draw, I mean, unless if you're just really, really talented at spotting the things, because there's some artists, and I'm not saying that they don't study, but there's some artists that I know, and they're out there that they can just see things and just do it. I'm not that kind of person. I don't really do well under those kind of circumstances. I have to kind of study them and understand the structure, the way things are built before I can draw it confidently. I know a lot of times it sounds like a cop-out of like practice. Part of it is also learning what to look at. It's important for people to see the things that they're drawing in real life and actually look, touch, and feel it, because you want your art to look like you can reach out and touch what's in it. So you have to know what that looks like, what that feels like. I guess the music's over. Maybe I'll put something else on. Oh, Chopin now. Nice. A little bit calmer. A little sadder. I appreciate you all having these costume debates. I like it's nice to have a debate about these things and just kind of enjoy the debate. You know, like it's fun. Just everyone's got their favorite. Everyone doesn't have their least favorites. And I think as long as we talk about it and with have fun with it, it's all good. I'm glad you guys are all having that discussion. Yeah, that's great. I'm so glad. I mean, hey, I love talking and even debating about what is good and what isn't good, and I sometimes get overtly passionate. I remember this. Anytime someone talks to me about Batman versus Superman, I go off, but it's probably not a good thing to ever ask me about that movie. Oh, thanks. Thanks. It was fun drawing that internet costume quite a bit. We were, the unfortunate thing about it was the plan was to have that whole internet story actually be its own, full arc. We were gonna have Tim go in and out of the internet a lot, which is why I redesigned his costume in the first place, because we had planned it we were going to see him in that a lot more than what we did. But with the new 52 dropping on our laps, we had to. What Fabian really did, which was awesome of him to do, was he wanted to wrap up all the story arcs as best as he could in as limited time as we could. So that we had, excuse me, and I think he did a great job with the crazy daunting task that was dropped on us at that point. We only had about 3 issues to close off the series, and Fabian really wanted to give the audience a proper ending, so at least there's nothing, you guys get something out of it. He's a huge Tim Drake fan as well, for sure. Thanks, Jelly Belly. Love you guys too. Thanks. Yeah, it was tough. We had to finish it all off, and man, were we upset when we got the news. But you got to do what you got to do, and you got to be professional about it. And I think it came across well, and I'm really proud of what we did. Who's my favorite character to draw in Excalibur? Well, I mean, Betsy has been awesome, super fun to draw. Obviously, being able to design her costume, her Captain Britain costume, has been one of the highlights of my career for sure. I really like drawing Richter. I really got into drawing Richter quite a bit. And his powers are really fun. Yeah, that was a really good time. Like Jamie said, Brian Q. Miller's Batgirl was great, and a lot of that stuff came about because they were bold and tried to do different things with the characters. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Jelly Belly. I agree. I really like the Dick Grayson and Damian as Batman and Robin as well. I think, to be honest with you, that was like the first time in a long time that I read, a Batman, straight up Batman title. I mean, a lot of the Gotham books that I used to read were, all around that time. But like Gotham Central was one of my favorite books that didn't have Batman in it. Obviously Nightwings and Robins and all that stuff I really, really like, but I didn't read too many Batman titles of that era. And then when Dick and Damian became Batman and Robin, I jumped on that because it was a great transition to see, Dick take another step into, the person that he is going to be. Oh man, Jamie, I totally agree with you. I feel like DC never had better stories than that time right before New 52. But that's my opinion. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Maybe that's why I'm not working at DC these days, right? Because I'm part of that old guard. I don't think that's controversial, Jamie. Terry McGinnis was a really good Batman for sure. I mean, that was really bold of them to go that route with creating Batman, in the future, in the first place. I mean, wow, right? Like, you never really thought that they were going to pull that mark, but that's the thing about Bruce Timm's stuff. Man, he was thinking outside the box constantly, and I think it's a shame we don't see him more involved in a lot of DC, like just DC stuff in general. I mean, he makes great decisions. Yeah, for sure, Caitlin. Yeah, Batman Beyond really does hold up. Do I like working for a Marvel more than DC? I like them both for different reasons. I mean, to be honest with you, it's, like working in the comic book industry is always really a tough one because it always feels like you got to take sides. No, it's, I love working on DC characters just like I love working on Marvel characters. I always thought of myself a little bit more of a DC guy, though. But that doesn't really mean anything anymore, I don't think. But I do really, really like working with Marvel right now. I mean, I think that they've given me a lot of opportunities, work on X titles, which is amazing. Like, being on main titles is something to be... that doesn't come around very often, and it was great to have that opportunity. That's for sure. But I'd be itching to draw more DC stuff if the opportunity arises. That's for sure. I've talked to them over the years a bunch. Different editors, and hopefully we can work something out. I know that there's been, big changes there, so who knows what's going to happen, but hopefully I can weasel my way in just like everywhere else, right? don't mind the people asking stuff like that, though. I mean, I know that besides the fact of fandom, there's a lot of stuff that, working for either company can be challenging for different reasons. Like, it's not always as simple as it sounds to kind of go back and forth, but at the same time too, it's I think the hardest part, I guess, with working in comics is that you kind of have to take it like a job. Like, well, not kind of, like very much so. And it's very easy to get caught up in a lot of stuff that really is not about you, and you can take a lot of things personally. And to be honest with you, that's probably why I haven't read a lot of comic books in the last little bit. Sometimes you get too close to the product. As they say, you can't get high in your own stash, right? And I think it's healthy to have a separation for all of that. Sometimes if you're too close to it, everything that comes can really get you, either get you down or get you too high, and then all of a sudden you see things happen. I don't want to say anything negative about other creators, but there's a lot of stuff going on these days, and I personally believe it stems a lot from their inability to handle where they sit in the industry, or where they don't. Actually, but the funny thing is, though, hey, so I got most of my chances at Marvel because of the connections I made at DC. It's kind of always a small world where I worked with them on other projects here and there, and it became one of those things where they trusted me and they believed in my work, that when they got into a position at Marvel, then they wanted to bring me in, and I think that's I am very fortunate to have that happen. And like I said, they both kind of feed off of each other, working for both companies, and any company really. Like I made a lot of my contacts as well through Aspen Comics, and working with Boom Studios really helped as well. Thank you, Yuki. Well, I mean, unless if you know you work in a company, you can understand, or work in the industry, I can understand where it's been, where people don't really understand that and really know that. I mean, honestly, it's I love the industry. I love knowing people and creatively working with people and just the people you've met along the way. It's wild. It's to navigate because, again, like I said, it can be very disheartening sometimes when you take it when things happen and you take it very personally when it's not. But maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to think of it a little bit different. But yeah, it's crazy. And we all know each other. Like, it's easy to know each other because of conventions, right? Like you hang out. It's just like fans, you know. You meet people at conventions, just like I meet people at conventions, and you hang out with people. And sometimes they're only convention friends. Like, you'll never see them, you know, outside of a convention. But that's okay. Yeah, I'll be posting this on my social media stuff, you know, Instagram and Twitter and Tumblr and stuff like that. So you just, you know, keep an eye out for it on my socials. I have a tendency to be kind of lazy with posting, so I apologize if it doesn't show up right away. But I'll try to do it immediately after, so sometime in the morning. Tomorrow morning. Or maybe not tomorrow morning, maybe most likely closer to, you know, 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern is when I usually post. So. What I'm using to make this is I'm working on a Wacom Cintiq Companion 2. So it's the older version of the tablet that Wacom has. And I'm drawing it on Clip Studio EX. I think it's pretty easy to learn. I feel like Clip Studio is pretty good. Hey Will, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, well, falling in a rut. So Will asks, like anything, creatives have a certain kind of, well or deposit of energy, and it gets expended every time you do stuff, and what do you do to replenish that energy? It's kind of funny because sometimes it feels like I don't have any energy, but I force myself to just do it anyways. Like, drawing to me has become, and I'm not saying it in a negative way necessarily, but it's second nature a lot of times for me. I find habit helping. So draw every day. Your body gets used to. If your body gets used to doing a task every day, you could start doing it without worrying about, inspiration or, oh, I don't feel like drawing, because it doesn't matter what it feels like anymore. You're trained to know how to do it, and I find that has helped me just not think about it. Like, I know how to do it. I have enough confidence that I could do it, rain or shine, and it's kept me working, without any real need to replenish more than, like a couple days off. But honestly, though, I was burnt out quite a bit prior to Excalibur. So what I ended up doing was I just didn't work as much and just took on one book as opposed to all the books I was doing at once. Like, at one point I was drawing 2 books every 5 to 6 weeks, and that really took a toll on me. And I probably could still do it if I didn't do anything else with my life, like, see friends or travel or do any of those kind of fun things. But one book a month is pretty comfortable for me to do. I can do a book every 5 weeks without worrying too much about needing to replenish my deposits very much. But like again, if I spend a lot of time with a lot of other artists, and I think that helps a lot too, keeping your creativity up. You always talk about things that help, or not even. You just talk about your life, and you see how hard other people work, and that inspires you in another way as well. So. Usually it's about 20 to 22 pages a book. It depends on the company, but usually that is a more or less the standard. It didn't take very long. I mean, if you do digitally if you do work digitally, it's just a tool, right? If you know how to draw, and you know already how to do these things. The way, I wouldn't say the traditional way, then using the program is very, it's just remembering where all the tools are set. Like, for example, perspective. Like back then, how I used to do perspective was I tape a bunch of pieces of paper together to make sure that the lines, that I can get the right perspective point with a meter ruler, and then have it all line up properly. So I don't have to do that anymore, which is good. But learning how to knowing what that means and doing perspective the traditional way help you learn that when the tools are there to make it easier, you can spot it and see how intuitive it is. Maybe I'll do a perspective tutorial one of these days soon, because I find Clip Studio is very good for that. Can't believe Jimmy Chung put so much detail into Hulkling's wings. I mean, I swear to God, this is so tedious. Thanks, Ryan. It's good to see you. Good night, Caitlin. Ooh, it's almost 2. Sorry for taking so long, guys. This took a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. That's good enough. Thanks. Yeah, those wings took a little bit of doing. All right. Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of detail in the background, just so we have something. So here's a tiny taste of the perspective tools. Okay, so you hit layer, ruler frame, create perspective ruler. Now a new menu pops up. You can choose 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. Yeah, let's just do 3 point. Might as well go with that for now. So something pops up. You have all these lines everywhere. Now, you have selected the operation tool. So that means you can click on stuff that it doesn't paint on anything, just selects things. So you want to select the anywhere on the lines, and you have all these little dots. You know, so it looks kind of confusing, but basically it has one dot here for 1 point perspective, another point perspective on the left, and then one at the top as your third. Now, you can move the whole thing with this button here, and then choose where your horizon line goes. And typically, the way this drawing is a little bit higher, as you see underneath, you know, a lower angle on Tim, and then a higher angle on Hulkling and Superboy, so somewhere in the middle of those two. It doesn't really matter. And I've put a mask, so anything on my layer that I draw here won't affect the characters. And yeah, you make sure you have your snap scroll special ruler clicked, which it is. Excuse me. And then you pick any pen you want. Sometimes I like to use a little bit of a flatter pen, so I pick a marker. And then yeah, it just snaps to it'll snap to all the rulers. But I don't like where this is, so we move this around. So, like that, for the most part. I like to do something like that. Let's see now. I like to make sure all my lines are closed before I fill in the space that I'm going to put black in. So I make sure that it is all connected. And then I apply the mask again, and then I fill in. Actually, you know what? It'll look better. That. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit better. So, my cheat for buildings, and you guys can watch this cheat and tell me how much of a rule breaker I am. But for Windows, I like to just have a bunch of lines drawn down. And then go against the grain with the clear tool. The clear brush instead of black, white, or any color. Roll your windows. Now that's a little confusing. I don't think the perspective that I chose was not a very good one, but that's okay. It's just the idea. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Usually with 3-point perspective, you really gotta pay more attention. You gotta pay attention to a lot of different things. You can't have the horizon line too high up. Oops. Let me bring it down some. Pull the points a little bit further. There you go. Let's try this again. Yeah, it does take a long time. There's a lot of freehand techniques you could do once you set the once you figure out some of the you know, the holding lines of the buildings and stuff like that. And holding lines are basically kind of imagine them being kind of the silhouette of the actual structure. There's things that you can just make up as you go along. And sometimes you don't have to draw all the buildings, you know, like you just have to give them an idea of the building that is there, or the overall structure of it. This is why, because they're not the focal point of your drawing. But, I mean, it really just depends on how you want it to look. So, I mean, you could draw every little window if you want. It's up to you. Some people like that, feel comfortable about drawing that style, that technique. And I do too. I actually quite enjoy that. But for the moment, I'm just drawing buildings so that there's something in the background. there you have it. Easy way to do some buildings. Might add a little bit of atmosphere. This is not all black. Oops. It's like morning time, really. Dream book. I don't know. I've been lucky enough to work on a few dream books already, which is great. Like, you know, Red Robin, X-Men. I'd love to do a full X-Men book. Lately, I've been really wanting to try to do a Superman book. I mean, I think this is the time to do a Superman book. You know, where there's a lot of hope. You know, he's a character of a lot of hope, and I think that the world needs a little bit of that. What about this? Does this look any good? Oops. Alright, I think I should finish it off there. I think it's, you guys all, those of you in a certain time zone, probably all need to go to bed. There's that. Alright. You've just wasted another however many hours with Marcus Toe. Thank you, gang. Glad you enjoyed it, Thomas. Alright, I'm gonna... You're very welcome, Daniel. You guys, all of you have a good night. Thank you for coming. And I'll try to have another 1 or 2 live draws next week. Stay tuned for the time. So I'm going to try to have one in the day and then another one in the evening. So, enjoy. Yeah, get some sleep. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about the internet. I'll try to upload a recording of it in, I don't know, whenever I figure out the audio. So hopefully soon, but I can't guarantee that. All right. Thank you, everyone.